Um, I forgot to change the, change the title on this thing. It still says Hawk Tuesday. It is Thursday. It is in fact. Oh, hold on 1 second. My dog is. The moment I start talking, my dog goes to the door of my bedroom and like looks outside of it like he's trying to escape like a burning building. And I'm just like, I'm sorry that I 1 second. All right, we are so back. Here, let me switch, let me let me switch to the to the screen with the words and etc. on it, and hello to Kiram and Exor Xavier. Hello both. Oh, indeed, yeah, he's rather adorable. I kind of low key stole him from, well, saying stole is quite a strong word. I low key kind of acquired him from my parents, I guess. I mean, they know I have him, but when they I think about a year after not living there, I was like, hey, can I just take him? And they were like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, totally. And the rest is history, as they say. Oh, hello, Kinski Unplugged and Tayumisi. Oh God, I think this is the first use of the freaking worm emoji emoticon. The the worm doodad. This is first use. This is first use. You know, this is kind of monumentous in and of itself. Uh, First use of worm doodad emoji thing. Um, you know, this is canonically what they're called. They worming around. 555. You see, I think originally at one point, the list one came out a little fucked up. I might draw my own at some point whenever there's more time. This is something that would probably occur. Honestly, can we do a uh, looks like he's selected. Yeah, it's the the list one. I think I grabbed the image. It is in fact, if you look up, if you look up the words, you know, what do they call it, this thing? They call it the Lisp alien. Just the Lisp alien. Oh God, Reddit. Oh, why is it always Reddit? It comes up first. The Yeah, this you know, beware, made with secret alien technology. Alien programming and the dictatorship of Lisp. So I found out that this is common Lisp fan art. Is kind of a thing in, like, not a huge thing, but it's like a minor thing. I think it's in Japan. Lisp is a lot bigger in Japan than it is in the USA. And oh, Gauche, Gauche, yeah, that's how you Gauche. Um, yeah, it's somewhat of a semi big thing in, or not huge thing, but it's somewhat of a thing in Japan, and you can find like this. Hold on, let me switch to a two. Like this, for example, like these, I think were originally based on like Japanese, like a Japanese artist who creates this character, which, you know, I find them quite nice. I think if you look up River WM Geeks Reddit or something of this nature, can we add the words Lisp machine? We're actually going on Reddit. Lisp machine, not machined. I believe this is it. Yeah, yeah. Look. You see, can we new tab? Can we open image? Can we copy the? Oh, how does Qt browser do this? But yeah, you have, you know, you have this same person. I think this one, the avow apply from the cover of that book wait, I like this one. Evolution of Lisp Alien. Well, this will. Wait, 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 wait a sec. I, I love this fucked up little guy. You know, he, he's rather goofy. He's rather goofy. You know, but in a way, you know, I think we call I believe that they call this, you know, and you, what's the name of that guy? Like Joseph Campbell, or whatever. The guy who made the hero's journey. I believe that this is what we call, you know, the Joker archetype of ancient mythology. The all powerful, the trickster god of days of yore. This is what I think of whenever I see this, yeah, this little all knowing smile. The five eyes. You could probably do. Why do the legs look like bones? Why do they look like a generic bone shape leg? Um, there's some nice ones in here. This is rather this is rather. Oh, I quite like this one. I quite like this one. There needs to be a wait. This is an idea. Like, you know, like a Lisp Alien game. Or at least the Blender Zone. Hello, Bug VT. Welcome in. Oh God, another use of the worm, the ever present worm. Can we actually, you know, we bug support bugs on and oh, I put TV. Oops, this is oh no, this is the there's a bug TV though. Wait, what is this? What is this? The fabled bug TV shout out. The classic blunder. I what is bug TV? We shall rectify this. You know, we should this should be a thing. Like I want to kind of like crawl or scrape this, like not crawl, but like crawl through the website to some degree, but the Twitch.television. You know, find all the people with the name bug in their name, and create like a compendium, because there are several. There's one, I believe, Big Nose Bug, and I'm like, this is such a close similarity of namesake. But yeah, these are rather sick. So yeah, what are we? So like, what's going on today, as they say? You know, I woke up. I'm not gonna lie. I woke up 30 minutes ago. I was like, I'm gonna take a brief nap, and then I laid down, and then I opened my eyes, and it was nearly 8 p.m. and I'm like, oh no. I went into the kitchen, right, and I ate a bunch of oatmeal, and I was like, surely, you know, this will activate the mind, you know, as they say. It's the most important meal of the day is oatmeal. It doesn't matter what time you eat it. You gotta make sure that's kind of the magic of breakfast foods. But yeah, what the freak are we doing? I had said, like, we were kind of gonna go Wayland style today again, to kind of like keep that parody. But I found this really cool freaking article, called, well, representing type lattices compactly. And you know, they start out with kind of like a simple representation of the enumeration for a type, and then it gets kind of cool. It gets kind of cool. Like, you start using like bit operations on this. Why do we not have images in the freaking browser? This works in Emacs. Can we go to lfeed entry? This is rare. Usually it's the other way around. Usually it breaks in Emacs but works in the browser. But yeah, this is kind of, I found this, and I don't want to do, I sort of don't want to do Wayland now. I want to focus a bit more on the freaking stack list. So it might end up being that we have the tangent. This really is the tangent. This really the stack grows. Oh no, this is we want to go the other way. We the heap must grow, as they say. So this is kind of the actually if we bring it up like actual style, it's a little fucked up currently, because it's going through what I guess you would call the where do you live? Which bug are you? What the fuck is fizz bugs? What is this? What is this? Ah, it's dreams that were unreachable beyond the this is so the mental stack. This is kind of this as well shall shrink to some degree, I think, because I realized I was thinking of this. Yeah, look, we in fact have broke. We have a broke version, and you might be asking, why is it labeled broke? Do you ever have an error that you quite literally cannot figure out what the hell is going on? I diffed these files like to hell and back, and even then could not figure out what was going on with this. But this is debug info. It sets at the 49. I spent, I'm not kidding whenever I say probably about like a solid 2 hours reading diffs, trying to figure out what was different to make it always equal 49, and it just did not happen. So yeah, I cloned it, and then from Git and um, bug Vermont. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We have to do the corrective there, bug Vermont. Yes, bug Vermont. There now we have activated it. The well, now we have bug TV. This would be bug TV and then bug VT. I do wonder how many bugs there are here. Kinski, Vermont. Oh, this is exciting. Yeah, we kind of it's kind of fucking broke. It's it's kind of freaking broke. So I sort of restarted it, or I didn't restart it. I sort of just recloned it, and I've been going type style. I've been going, yeah, yeah. Let me the freak in. And what I realized with this is I had been writing it kind of the way you would write like I was thinking sort of with the wrong mindset of I have to get the Lisp written and then I can start writing Lisp, and then I'm like I kind of stepped back. I thought about it. I'm like, you sort of to some degree can just write Lisp like in C, I guess, or kind of define those primitives and still have it work pretty efficiently. So that's what we've been doing here. I haven't really done a lot because it's been busy as hell at work and everything. So it hasn't come too far. But I've been reading about, as they say, like bit masking and at the Lisp mentioned. Hello, first time chatter, the Schmill. Yes, this is the Lisp zone. This is, perhaps not the Lisp zone. This is a Lisp zone. This is a zone of, we are fans of Steelbank Common Lisp here. We run GNU Geeks, and we write C. We write a lot of C. I my eyes are burned by C. Oh, okay, so yeah, this is part of a kind of ongoing project. Oh, thank you for the follow. This is part of an ongoing project. There are kind of like two big projects going on. One is this, which is tentatively called Lisp on the Stack, with the plan to have a Lisp interpreter that can run like in QEMU, and write its own heap eventually. It is kind of in a fucked up state right now, but that's one project. I'd say the big one, the big thing going on with this is like the big project, the probably much, in my opinion, larger, exciting, and also more terrifying is honestly it's kind of the origins. Now that I think about it, it's kind of the origins has been working on a common list bindings for the Wayland protocol, which well, we might actually work on this. Yeah, we're probably going to work on this today. Now that I think about it, because I really there's an issue. There's the issue with if we hop into can we actually start a slice session? But yeah, well, but yes, what welcome. This is I say we do a lot of Lisp here. I think we do a lot of C as well. I think everything else kind of sometimes there was there was a brief stint known as Haskell January, which was all Haskell all month, and now now the chat for this thing is written in Haskell. It was yeah, I did it to learn types. Oh yeah, I probably need to. We also have places. I always forget to say that we do have locations to the yeah, discuss things to as they say. Sometimes I look at problems and think this could totally be a monad. You see, I entered this with the idea that I would come out like finally understanding like everything about a or kind of like what a monad is. I still have some degree of confusion. We'll probably do a like Haskell January like reboot at some point. You know this will be a probably a post like June project to some extent. Going back into Haskell and diving in a little bit deeper, but I quite appreciated it. I would say the languages that really it's kind of like a little rotating caravan here of C, because that's sort of the thank you for the thank you for subscribing. Thank you thank you yeah we do kind of like a like a little caravan of some sort between Lisp, Steam, because I'm running I do I use GNU Geeks, and sometimes I have to write like tools for it so that I can make my life less hell. Which this project actually uses one such tool. Can we open up a Sly REPL though, really quick? Um, there. Give me Sly. This project actually uses one such tool, which I nicknamed it Graze, which it's just a wrapper around like Geek Shell that allows a more declarative invocation of Geek Shell. So like things such as this, but yeah, I think we'll do some Lisp today because we sort of have a problem. We sort of have a problem occurring. We, you know, there's a bit of trouble in the binding zone. Like if we hop into the source, can we go to scanner? I believe you live in requests. Request. Yeah, this. So new IDP is sort of a a messed up function, or no, it's not messed up. The code generation. So like if we look at Wayland right here, if we look at Wayland, what do they call this? Is it just under? Oh, 11 months ago. I got worried. I thought that said updated a month ago. I'm like, no, please don't update. Please don't update any of. Oh, that's just protocol updates. Okay. Thank goodness. All right. Yeah, if we go into test and then we hop into data here and we pull up their client. If we pull up their client, I believe it is the example client.h. This is where we live. We have a bit of an issue. Like if we go into Wayland display, can we just do add registry? Add listener. So if we look at this, we see that the arguments are displayed as, or this isn't the one with the problem. The one that Wayland Compositor, I think, is the one that unveiled the underlying issue. And it was we can actually search this if we go into tests right here. Tests, and then using Wayland compositor.list. Okay, here we go. I believe it was... Which of the ones was the one that was kind of messed up? Because this is all valid code. Perhaps if we data client, can we to do this? Here we go. Wayland registry bind. Yeah, if we look at these next to each other, the code generation has a couple of issues. So whenever we look at this one, and working at the client here, so whenever we look at this one, kind of like the main one that jumps out at me is... Okay, cool. I didn't fix anything on that. So this is the same messed up version. So kind of like first and foremost, what we're seeing is this has the arguments listed as registry name, interface, and then version. We have the interface version and name. What is kind of, I think, interesting about this is it's not necessarily reversed. Like it is, but that's not the only thing going on with the generation of this. The other issue is that it looks like the name and the interface would need to be swapped out, and then the interface and the version would need to be swapped out. So what we're having is like the tail needs to become like the head of the list, but then we have to swap the other two. So we're doing like an incorrect reverse in one area and then correctly re-reversing in another whenever we push these arguments for the code generation. So I think that's the first issue going on. If we go into the requests, and if we go down here to the to-do, let's take a look at this. Honestly, this can probably be structured out like into a few separate arguments, but what I'm seeing is kind of like the first issue is, all right, do list I reverse args request proxy args, and we are setting proxy args to where do you live? Are we not pushing the prox args? Oh, okay. Okay, this is where we push. Alright, so do list I reverse args request, prox args, not string equal new ID arg type I, set of prox args, string concatenate, prox args, write client request args. Bug. Hello, A squared. Hello and welcome. I hope you're doing well. We are back into the Wayland zone. For now, at least. For now, I don't know. We might hop into C later if I can get this figure. We are so back. This kind of is the case. You know, this is how it goes. This is how it goes. Sometimes it's over. Sometimes it's back. But no matter what, you know, if you can't handle me at my over, it's over. You don't deserve me at my worst, so back, as they say. I believe this is the way it is stated. Right now we are like, why does it reverse? That's kind of the great question. So I think what we're doing, I think what we're doing here. Is there are two exclamation point So we have XR Xavier operating system style and Big Book of Bug bot style. Both both do this now. This is formidable. This is formidable. This is I wait, this reminds me. We have if we go into the coaching book. Can we actually just pull up the bookmark? Can we actually just pull up the bookmark? I've been reading this to brush up my knowledge a little bit to some degree, and I believe it was here. Yes. Here we go. Unsigned int :3. I didn't know that, like, I didn't know :3 was good Bitfield frick. Yeah, unsigned. This makes me want to use Bitfield just so I can do unsigned int :3. This would you don't have to have a name. That's kind of nice. I kind of want to use this. This or have :3 even be like an operator. If well, the issue with that is the colon is reserved in Lisp for oh yeah, I'm not doing bit fields. I'm not doing bit fields in the Lisp on the stack. What we're doing is with that. What we're doing kind of with that, if we go to types.h, is I need to work through it a little bit more. I'm probably going to, because I haven't had a lot of time to like look at it again, because it's been busy. It's been busy in the world, but got you back to Lisp one. Only temporarily. We have to. The new IDP bug is keeping me up at night. But I think we'll, like, if we solve that, once we solve that, we'll probably go back to Lisp on the stack. But what I'm thinking of doing is doing a, like, kind of like doing tags for kind of like the first, like, 5, I guess you would say, types. So, like, your scalar types is what is the idea. So, like, you would define, nil as 0x0, and that's kind of going to be a constant as well. And I thought of this. I've been reading a lot of blog posts of other people, like, making lists, and I saw that, like, creating a static, like, constant nil is this is John Bottom. This kind of so that wait, have you seen the post? Have you seen the I'm gonna link it right here. I found I read the post. Yeah, I'm gonna link it. It was kind of, I found this as I was working on this. I found it, like, so here was the here was the way that here's like a breakdown of how my day has been so far. I got out of work, right? I said I'm gonna take a nap. I woke up, and then I was like, it is 6:30. I should be going to Canada tomorrow. Nice. Either congratulations or I apologize, depending on your feelings toward Canada. But I would say mostly yippee is what I'd stand for. With that. Through Greg with. Okay. I will sound. I will sound uninformed. But what the heck is Greg? I've seen mention of this, but it has eluded me. It has eluded me for some degree. Is it, I believe there was Minecraft involved at some point, but I did not like. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is. Oh no! This is secret society style. Is exciting. Yeah, but no. Yeah, we're kind of. You have that form of brain. Okay, I think we're going to. Is this a, as they say, is this a game? Is this Greg game. The Greg. Um, Nearly missed class several times. Um, and class started this week. Oh, this sounds intense. Um, I've been late that like half. So is wait is Greg a what is this? What is this? Oh, Greg Tech. Okay, I knew it was Minecraft. I knew it was Minecraft. Oh, wait. Rubber trees and surface rocks. Oh, it adds new ore. This is kind of as they say. Oh, Steam Age. Wait, it's this style. I think like I love these. I love these. This you know I might download Minecraft later. I I have I have not been gamer mode in quite some time. I might download Minecraft. There is so this is kind of there. The one I was always into was Thaumcraft. To this day, like whenever I get in the Minecraft mood, my first thought is I should redo Thaumcraft, and it's been ages. Um, there there. Oh no, it has Thaumcraft. Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. There's one. There's one. Yeah. This is not hard to do. This is not hard to do. This is quite easy. I just have to download Minecraft, and that's probably the end for me. Uh, oh yeah, no, I would greatly appreciate that. I would greatly appreciate that. I would be honored, as they say. I think of this is another favorite. The the Witchery mod. This one. I remember like downgrading my Minecraft version just to play this one. But I used to have like a fascination with this one because it's very but oh no oh no oh no I really love the botanical aspects of it. I like that there were IRL plants as they say in it. This was exciting to me. Oh yeah, this will I'm probably gonna get hooked. This sounds like yeah, this is gonna happen. This mod is provided as is with no warranties, implied or otherwise. The owner of this mod takes no responsibility for any damages incurred. Something something. Yeah. So it goes. But yeah, I'm not doing Bitfield style with the uh, I'm not doing Bitfield style with like the C programming or like the Lisp on the stack. But I've been reading about it. I've been reading about tag pointers mostly from that same blog post. They have a post. They have a post which has kind of been like the or like greatest like informant. And I realized that sort of the plan is and we can even just put like the plan not they plan yeah they plan they plan so the idea here is kind of like a general enum with though I might rethink this with the lattice style like type definitions. I'll have to like dive more into that because that seems really cool like stylistically. But currently the way it's sort of defined is all of the scalar types are set on kind of like in this like in like those lower 3 bits. We use that for the scalars, and then we have a generic heap type, and then this is the heap type is sort of for those more like what are composite types. I forget if it's composite or complex. I always say complex, but the heap is more so for the composite types, like your char strings, uh, your your pairs are actually defined as their own type, and this is sort of based on shout out to Control O for the link to the Guile information, because Guile mentioned that like the having pairs be stored on a heap, but having like the type information be accessible from like a pointer tag is pretty like significant, because you use like mostly pairs. You use so many pairs, like and like lists and stuff. So it has its own tag, and the idea, a lot of it's going to require a rewrite from the kind of like original version of kind of from the original version, because the original version was based sort of around a more object oriented sense. What I'm thinking is we can just type def like a uint pointer as the Lisp form. So this will eventually be Lisp form, and we can just type def that as kind of our like scalar and like type accessor, and then the actual like struct with the information can be a two word pointer. I believe is the correct term, or a not really a two-word pointer. It's more of like it'll have a header and a payload. We can replace like the type like char switch in the struct to a fat pointer. I believe this is what this is what Rust uses to some degree, but I believe they have them as like an actual thing in the type. And I wonder if this would qualify as a fat pointer or not, though, because we're attaching a tagged union to the value as well. So I'm unsure if this is correct, or if it's kind of like, I'd probably say it is. But yeah, we could use the header right here to, like we can encode Bug comma Big Book of have you listened to Weather? Oh, hello, Crazy Kitty, and Salad for Us. Weather Day. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Weather Day fan to some degree. So oh, so I listen to I listen to a lot of. I used to listen to a lot of Weather Day. I have not listened to as much lately, but I can. They're one of those artists I can recall like the first time I heard them, because in a it was in a video, like a new album dropped 2 days ago. Wait, what? What? This is kind of big. Oh, it's good. So I've been listening to the big drop that's been a thing for me, Weather Day album. Yeah, we'll accept cookies. Is this it? Is Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting. Oh, I love that art too. This will perhaps be a thing. So depending on your views of the artist, this may or may not be embarrassing of me, but I shall say I quite enjoy it. The album I have been listening to nonstop lately has been the new Playboy Cardi album, which has been kind of getting slandered to a high degree. I see it getting hated on, as they say. I see it getting hated on, but I have been a fan. I was is wild. Yeah, so I think it's inconsistently good, but whenever it hits, it freaking hits. It freaking hits. I you know I've been listening to it quite a bit, and then I see people say it's really bad, and then I'm like, I, okay, yeah, no, this is literally what happened. So this is a thing. I remember I was whenever a whole lot of Red dropped in 2020. Me and my brother both. You see, I was kind of a Cardi fan from the first time I heard him. Like the first time I heard like Cardi, and I eventually, after he hated it for some years, put my brother on Playboy Cardi as well, and he became a fan also. Um, so whenever a whole lot of Red came out, we both listened. and seeing people talk about how horrible it was, and we describe it to this day, like the way we describe it is we were, as we will say together, fighting for our lives that Christmas evening, insisting it was one of his best albums, and it's it's like I feel like I don't know, I feel somewhat rueful if I brag about it, but it felt right, to be on the right side of history on this, and I intend to do so again, with this one. Cardi Cyclist, people hate the new album on release, then reanalyze the last one as the best one ever. You see, so this is something I was thinking of. The this is something I've been thinking of a lot. Like, are you aware of Gothic 3, the video game Gothic, or the series Gothic? I was talking about this with I believe Attention Span, in like IRC earlier. There was discussion of Gothic, and I have mentioned that I finally was playing Gothic 3 after not playing it for some time, and I think that it is solely how the hell do you bird soup? Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Soup is burning. What? Rice. Oh, should we add this? Should we add this? Soup burned the charcoal. Hold on. This might be a Can we go to app? Can we go to CMDS core? And we'll just pop it right here. No, we don't need it there because we only need yeah, I think that right here, abnormal, rice, and then we can just state no, because that one's already do we have Guy? Oh, we have Tesma. Tesma. This might be the so true. All right. Rice burned to charcoal. Near Lambda on line 1. Oh, you have to pass it. You have to do something like OS SBCL dash shell, I believe is the line. I believe shell is the line. And then you have, because hitting SBCL will just all that will do is invoke kind of the invoke the interpreter itself to pass like a, I think it's shell. Oh, it's eval, I believe. I believe it's eval. Can we eval? Is this it? Oh, I have to OS it. Oops. Can we OS syntax error? Wait, how do you do this? Hold on, let's see if rice works now. Let's see if rice works. All right, there. We have a rice reminder now. But yeah, I think of, you know, Gothic 3 gets a lot of hate because it is too different from the original games, I believe is one aspect of this. And I think that Playboy Cardi albums face the same issue where none of them are like any of the previous in many ways. And so it is a rehash of the same hatred because the the people, as they say, like the masses known as music critics do not like change. They do not like change. I think as well, like this was the case with Charlie XCX, a favorite of mine. Charlie XCX. This is she faces much of the same as well. I don't think music critic is a real thing. It kind of it's definitely probably the worst form of criticism out there. So I'm I shall I shall not lie. I'm kind of a fan of like the idea of like arts critics. I'm a fan of like arts critics whenever it comes to like interpretation and stuff. I think this is an important thing to have. The issue with I think the music industry is that the music industry is kind of already as it is like one of the more for lack of a better way to describe it, like crooked industries out there. And the criticism aspect of it is just another front to that. It is not very frequently based on the actual music itself, and more so based sort of on like the critics feel it, because these like musicians are very very famous. I would like incredibly famous. So your like opinions, like kind of like the parasocial attachment that one can have to a musician, can impact whether or not you give them a good review if you're a critic. And so I don't trust a lot of the critics. This is my issue. It's not as refined as something like say like literary criticism. Um, pre Brat. I've been a fan of Charlie since like Vroom Vroom. Like not Vrat. Brat was my vindication to some degree. It was quite nice. But what are we? So what are we doing? What are we? Where are we fucking up here? Is the real question. Like, if we look at the for this, it's a Wayland registry bind. So we have that, right? And then if we look at, can we just pull up the XML really quick to see sort of what direction these arguments are processed or like sent over in? Protocol. There you go. There you go. Protocol. And then Wayland.xml. Rice resolved. Congrats on Rice. Oh, soup. Super. I hope it's a good soup. I hope it's a good soup, you know. Can we get this raw? No raw. Can give me raw. Thank you. So this is the interface name, okay? And if we look at bind, we pass the arguments in so we pass first name and then ID. And name is a standard like uint, so that one new ID is the like ID that we want the reference to. And if we look here, if we look at example.lisp, I see what the issue is, I believe. Aha, this is, I believe that what we want to do here is not reverse this. see. Um, so if not interface I and equals, then we set of args list to interface version. Here, let's see. All right, so that part is correct, but we have to somehow do that at the very end. So we can't do this within the do list itself is the issue. What we could do is define so up here we define args list like so. If we define if we call it something tail args, like tail args, and then we will just set that to an empty string, and then we will have, let's see, if we define tail args like so, oh, we probably have to actually open this up. So can we load the file? Can we actually we have to update the buffer env update. There we go. And then can we load the ASD file here? Can we load the ASD, and then can we ASDF load system? One compilation warning. Defined but never used. Oh, we shall be using it. We shall be using it. We want to set tail args to this. So let's see. And then we can just set it like this. So that way we can, append at the very end. So if we do string concatenate and then tail args. Okay. So this should allow the building kind of a list that is less freaked up, as they say, with those appended at the very end. And I believe that solves the issue of passing the arguments here, which is the easy part, I guess you would say, by swapping those two around. The more terrifying part is what the hell is going on here. So we start by declaring a Wayland proxy struct here, which is not being declared. And then what else is the issue? So we do pass the Wayland registry over to the Marshall flags, and the bind interface version 0 name, but then we are missing this stuff right here. Interface dash name version and null. And I guess the question here is what is going on? Does this exist in all of the ones with, if we do interface version? Oh, this is our only reference. Okay, this is getting a little bit more terrifying. Soup is very much relevant. Kind of existing in a soup of oh, I want soup now. That sounds good. I should make soup one of these days. I say that like I've never made soup. Like one of these days I'll make soup. You know, one of these days I shall make soup, as they say. Um, one of these days, this is the case. The other issue that seems to be going on here is that we seem not to be returning the setf for the proxy. And what we want to do in a case like this, so the thing with Wayland Registry Bind is the user provides a struct, if I'm recalling correctly, which is why we you know we whereas some of these others, like if we look at if we look at one such as, not add a listener, can we get to another a request type? Like create surface returns like a static inline for Wayland surface, whereas this one returns a void pointer. So for this one, the user supplies the struct and sets it to this, but then we do not have that happening here, and we're missing CPS soup Guile manual. Oh, this is exciting. This is Guile soup. This sounds nice. This this is exciting. I love the names Guile has. Like, and I think Oops Goops. I believe Oop Goops. Some Goops. This is, you know this I think of this and I'm like, this was a genius name. What? How are we missing? So, I think for something like this, what we end up needing to dig into is the scanner code and figure out what the freak they're doing there. What the freak is going on there. And that is scanner.c. And can we just do interface name? And they're passing it as a literal string, so let's see. That's for get version. And then we actually don't have to deal with any of that aspect. Here we go. Here we go. So we do append these. If there's a new ID or a new ID, we have to append these as well. Which I believe would just be another set of arguments. So so we have prox args here. If we define another set, if we define a similar set like tail prox args, and then let's see. So we have if string equals new ID, we set that, and then we'll probably have to change this into a progin right here. So we'll go. No, don't do that. There. We'll change this to a progin. Prog, not progna, progin. And then we can go ahead and set f tail prox args, and then the ones that we're supplying is just a space and then name interface and then version. And I believe that we can just, as we say, pop that, or, well, let's see, string equals, so this is for passing in the, oh, this is not C, this is Lisp. So this is for the arguments to to main function. So pass the arguments to main function right here, and then we actually don't want this here. Then is, so can we kill that? Thank you. And can we remove that? And then let's go right there again. And then here's where we pass these. We pass these to proxy function. And we're doing those in the right order. Alright, let's see. I wonder... This doesn't seem right. String upcase archetype I is... We'd want to do the opposite. We'd want to string downcase this. So in the condition where we do not have a new ID type, and we do not have like a new ID type for the I, we set this, and then in a case where we do have a new ID type, we go ahead and we okay. This was not being set. Or no, I think it was, okay, so this is literally the same as this one right here. Okay, here we go. Alright, for each, if A type equals new ID, so that is the same as this right here, so... So can we just say, if arg is equal to new ID, and then... Right here we are asking again if the... Oh, if. So if arg equal to new ID, and then right here we say if, yeah, or if not name interface. So we're kind of anding it right here. So if not new ID and not name interface. Which in this case, it's just and not interface. so if these two are like if these two conditions are met, then we set it here, which means this is where we need to add the interface name and version, which in this case we just want to do name and then interface, since we're passing interface as an argument. So it was correct, it was just not being set, which is silly of me, I guess. Which is silly of me in this respect. And then this one right here is just the other else. So if the arg equals new ID, and interface. So I think that the final issue is what do we return? What do we return? So let's see, if if res we are so I think in all cases here what we're returning is, because these are the is this all part of the marshaller? Okay, that's all part of the marshal macro. And then right underneath that, if res what are we formatting this to? Okay. Okay, so here is the so this is the marshal function, and then this is our return. Alright, let's see. So if we have res, we will set the return to the proxy. Else we set the return to sres. So where are we declaring sres in this? Alright, so let ret, if ret, or if res, make instance res, else set it to nil. And in this case, so we follow ret. If we follow ret up at the top, the top. Okay, so we're doing res. So res is set to nil, and then we read interface new IDP. So if we go into new IDP up here to the tippy top, best viewers on Streamboo, remove the space. Oh, hello, likely ban evader. You did not. I indignant converter. The bots get all of the cool names. We didn't get to see them. They're trying to give us the best viewers again. It looks like this looks. Is this? I've noticed that the bots have been coming in mass lately. I feel like every time I hit that, I hit that go live, as they say. There's a new dark viewer from whow.io that appears. I think we want to string downcase this just in case we're passing an upcase arg right there. The follow bots are so annoying. You see, I sometimes I don't realize they're bots at first, and I'm like, what is this? And then I'm like, oh, it's a bot. Whenever I was doing GameCube streams some time ago, I used to just avow testament. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, it worked. We love testma here. You know, we love testma. Does it avow like valid GD script? So can I do something like avow 1+1? Is this valid GD script? Or is it just an echoer? Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting. I like this. Um, let's see. So that's how we do new IDP. Alright, setf res read from string interface new IDP, and then I don't think that's what we want to do with the return value is what's going on here. This is one hell of a function. Oh my god. Hold on, let's see. So that's all for the documentation, and then they begin to work on it here. And so for the return, we need to check if ret and interface name equal null, we want to return a void pointer. Else, if ret, we return a instance of the struct. So we have some variant of that here. We have some variant of that here where we are returning the the proxy. So if we so if res, we have prog n, we set all of that up correctly if we have a return value. And then let's see, the other what we probably need to do is change this to a cond. So yeah, if we go, where did the parentheses end on this originally? All right, so we're capturing kind of in that zone right there. So I think what we need to do here is go con style. So on the condition that we have a return value, we return this. But we need an initial condition right here to kind of short circuit this. So this one would be and res. The question is, how do we check the this is rather complex. Hello thread meter. Well, welcome. I hope you're well. Hello, as they say. So we're setting res to the name of the interface already. We're setting it to nil, and then after it's set to nil here, we go to interface new IDP, and then we hop up here to new IDP. So I think this is where it becomes somewhat difficult. Is I'm not great. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. I apologize. With regard to that. I. I know that feel of not greatness. It is not a fun one. Let's. What are we? So we set this to no. Um, I hope you're doing great though. I would say I am doing. I would say I'm doing somewhat. I'd say I'm doing decent. I would say I'm doing relatively decent. I'm tired as hell, but this has been the case for some time. I have been sleepy this week. I think on account of allergy medication more than anything. What? Okay, I think that for here we can just Am I perhaps a fool? Am I perhaps a fool? Set of procs. So I think for something like this, what we can do is condition res, and then there. Oh, this one is kind of tricky. This one is kind of tricky. Um, yeah, I no. Equally so as well. I have, yeah, I feel like I've been off the map a little bit, as they say. In terms, in terms of of communicative abilities. I kind of, Loki. I kind of feel bad about it. As well though. My I see like unread, or like I don't. It's kind of, I think of this like the email phenomenon. This has been occurring where the mass of things pile up, and I'm just like, but also, I could say I blame my job for this, but really I blame sleeping. It I do blame sleeping. I do have to prepare to move though as well though. What? Hold on. What is so? With this, we need to remove what we need to do is return a void pointer. So here's the tricky part here. So we can just, since this is a list, we can just throw away the return value if we don't want to use it. Like if this is a function purely for its side effects. But why are we returning a return right here? Whenever we could just, like, we need to be returning whatever we set this to. Um, yeah, no, this has been a plan most connived is moving. You know, the leave Texas operation is, well, this is, it shall occur. It shall occur exactly where and how, as they say. That part is, we're getting a little bit further with figuring that part out, but it is yeah, it's getting bad here. I don't know. Um, yeah, I'm sad about it, but it is I'm sad about it to some degree, but you must sometimes you must say farewell. So can we look at a case where this is working as it should be working? So if res, we set that there, and then we return. Where are we? Why are we not return? So the issue seems to be that in all these cases we are returning the. Oh, this is kind of mind bending almost. Can we do get registry? Um, oh, I see. I see what's going on. For whatever reason, we're set upping proxy to this, which is not what we want. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? I guess is the better question. Why are we doing that? So if we do a are we just throwing this value away then? Is that what's going on here? Because we kind of don't want to do that. But also it's okay, now I'm getting confused. And now I'm getting confused because if that's the case, this right here, this if we hop into fuck.lisp as they call it, this should not work, but it most definitely, it most assuredly does work. Like we're able to, but we should not be able to set this one. And if we describe, the, as I say, RRR global right here, and we do that right before the rest. So we we very clearly have a this is weird. This is weird. Because example client dot lisp is get registry returning. Oh, I see. So the prog end is being populated there. That part's being properly populated. So the issue is indeed that we have to return sort of we have to sort of return a raw pointer, I guess is the case. So then we say if not res. What we want to do is go ahead and call setf ret props. although this spells kind of an issue of sorts where we are, um, I think this is the only way we can do this is return like just you know, a pointer a pointer all on its lonesome, which is unfortunate, but I guess the next question, as they say, is can we rebuild this? Wavement dot scanner, run test test. This is how we describe it. Unbound variable? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What the? What the freak? I guess we have to do this style. I guess we have to do this style. Tailprox args is defined but never used. Oh, we don't need to use tailprox args anymore. I think this is probably the most hellish function in this, so having this resolved will be kind of a huge relief. Okay, did it generate? Very glad to hear it. Want you safe for death. Yeah, this is sort of the goal. The great flight to the. Although I will say I am sad because I think Texas and Florida are both states being listed as quote unquote like don't return here if you can, if you have the ability to not, but that it makes me sad to hear this, but such is the way. I think it's sort of move to Minnesota. Oh, I shall. Why are we passing this? Why are we returning this twice? It's not what we want either. I do. I will say I have I no qualms against Minnesota, but I could not I could not visualize myself living there. No, I have an idea of where I think I shall I shall turn up, as they say. This may this is this remain disclosed just to some degree, because I don't want to dox my future, as one may say, but I am sort of in the process of, I guess, they call it the one of these is wrong. One of these is freaked up and wrong. Hi. Hello, hello, Sparkly Dark Matter 73. Hello and welcome. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. One of these is wrong and messed up. We're back on that lisp, as they say. Oh no, it's not messed up and wrong. This is corrected up and right. This is corrected up and right. What the heck? Wait, what the heck did we Is this a yippee-able moment? Did we yippee? Is this a, is this a, is this, is this a moment which we can declare, yippee? Alright. Struct, Wayland Registry. UNT32T name, construct Wayland Registry interface version. And we have name, interface, version. Whoa. Whoa, they're in the right order now. What the freak? Excuse, what do the people say? Pardon my French. What the freak? What the fuck even? This is wild. Why do people say pardon my French? It is the joke that French is this it? I never understood this, as a kid, I would hear people say pardon my French, and I'd be like, they are not speaking French. They are not speaking French. What there's nothing to pardon. This is English. Originated in the 19th century as a humorous way, er, by the humorous assertion that swear words were from the French language. It plays on stereotypical Gallic sophistication, but can be used ironically. Gallic sophistication. What? At least one source suggests that the phrase derives from a literal usage of the exclamation in the 19th century when English people used French expressions in conversations. They often apologized for it. Bless me. How fat you are grown, absolutely round as a ball. You will soon be as in bon point. Excuse my French. One of our earliest examples is a ladies' magazine from 1930s calling someone fat. This is kind of weird. This is kind of odd. Excuse my French appears in Harper's Weekly, where an American tourist asked about the architecture of Europe and says, "Palaces be durned." Be durned. Um, the phrase has been used, are preceded by, pardon my French, to intensify their effect without violating censorship or rating guidelines. Do we have a copy of this magazine? Do we have a copy of this? Wait. This is kind of significant lore development, and um, let's see. The lady with you, your wife, not to any alarming extent. Um, can we zoom actual, please? Can we? Oh my God, I love QD browser, but I have great animosity toward it at the same time, as I believe most people do with all browsers in this world. The lady with you, your wife, not to any alarming extent, young man, never had one. She's my sister, only one I got, and this summer she took it into her head. You don't mind my setting here, do you? I'm so darned lonesome. Is this how they would say freaking back then? Is derned like the intellectual freaking? You know, I'm so like I wonder, like, if we say freaking instead. I'm so freaking lonesome among these jabbering Greeks. I'm nearly dead. Uh, Took it to her head she'd come over here. Of course, I had to bring her. You ain't never traveled around, perhaps with a young girl of 55, with her head crammed full of highfalutin notions, convents and early masters and Mount Blames and Bon Marhez, just enough French to make a muddle of everything she wants to get. Well, that's Elizabeth. first there was a circulating library at Unionville, back of Troy, where I live. Then come a course of lectures twice a week on old Edinburgh, and Edinburgh's not even French, is it, right? And the Alps and German cities. And then uh, to cap all, there come a feller with magic lantern slides. Yeah, this is, you know, the terrors of the terrors of the terrors of an educated woman. As they can we shout out educated woman? Can we shout out? Can we? Oh wow, that's a channel. What? Shout out to educated woman. You know. Let's see. Um, Half of our women were crazy to get away from our house, and Elizabeth worse than any of them. And so I got a couple of Cook's tickets, and here we are. I don't mind saying, and a wicked vindictive look filled his eyes. That of all the of all the cuss holes I ever got into my life, this here Venice takes the cake. Here, John Henry, to the French waiter, bring me another cup of coffee. This is stone cold. Do not the palaces interest you? I ask inquiringly. Palaces be durned. Excuse my French. Palaces. A lot of caved in old rookeries with everybody living on the second floor because the first one's so damp. You'd get your dot. You'd get your dye and never get over it if you lived in the basement and top floor is so leaky that you go to bed under an umbrella. Um, Palaces be dirt, you know. Holy, this is uh, yeah. This is kind of exciting, you know. This is perhaps some of the best lore that I've seen. Yeah, this is perhaps some of the they kind of not a lot has changed. Not a lot has changed. Not not a lore. There should be a lore command. There should be a lore command. You know, not a lot has changed. We still say palaces be durned. We still say I think for something like this, we want to do a list. We want to do some list here. Yeah, I think so. Can we just define a new list? How to chain and the bebob. That that's a weird comment. I wonder what me from 3 months ago meant by that. Can we add lore? Can we add lore? Can we add lore? Lore equals. No, we don't want to do an IO string for this. We want to do a string. And then what year was this? 1830. This is kind of lore. You know, this is kind of lore. Um, I think we could add two. We could add lore and we could add updates. You know, we can add updates. Let's add a throwback. Let's add a throwback. Real ones remember, as they say. Real ones remember. Real ones remember. I have a deed of nowhere. I have been in this. I guess you would the milieu of these of these things to some for some time, as one might say. What is a list command that we have? So those are args lists. Fortune is the one. Yeah, so we would do something like we're doing with Fortune right here, but we would do lore. Um, it's been years since I thought about Herobrine. You see, I always think about it because I think that I think Herobrine was kind of in a lot of ways, if it weren't for the Herobrine kind of joke and sort of like that, so this sort of this also as well kind of like dates me to some degree, or dates my, or childhood interest in yeah, like it, kind of like around like the middle school era. You know, I was big creepy pasta head, and I thought Herobrine was kind of a like I think that like the way Herobrine was used was kind of like in that same sort of like creepy pasta style to a lot of degree. But like since it was like the official Minecraft, also it worked. It kind of worked in a really you know, I, pardon my French. It worked in a darned way. It worked in a darn good way. Pardon my French, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I think about it a lot, and then I think of Five Nights at Freddy's, right? I did say the D word, unfortunately. I apologize, for my French. I think of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I kind of think of like the way that's set up, and I feel like if it were not for Herobrine, you were from no. Okay, so this is a thing. This is a thing I've deduced. This is a this is a thing I've deduced. Like, always like me for some reason. I've never been like huge into it, but I know a lot of it, and something I don't know. This has been this has perhaps been kind of like, it's kind of like, and I say this as one who's never read Homestuck, or I don't really understand anything about Homestuck, but it sort of has that same like sort of like subcultural like level where you either are kind of like vaguely aware of it as a thing, or you know everything about it. And it is wildly popular amongst the LGBT community. I was talking about this. I was talking about this with a friend. I'm like, have you noticed that like most Five Nights at Freddy's fans are like gay women? And she like thought about it. She looked at me. She like, yeah, no. She said I love Five Nights at Freddy's, and I never noticed this. I'm like, this is kind of, I don't know, maybe it's just kind of like a, what is it, the bias where it's just your environment. It may be that I'm just around a lot of gay people. It may just be that I around a lot of gay. Can we shout out gay people? You know, it may just be that case. I think that probably if I did like a test of my friend group, that would be the overwhelming majority. So it may be a case of that, bad sample. Yeah, this might be the case. So do we have updates now? Do we have updates? So we only have one piece of lore, but we do have it. But shout out to to shout out to FNAF to some degree. We only have one piece of lore, but now we have the, as they say, the scaffolding with which we can build additional pieces of lore. In the 1930, oh yeah, this is perhaps, you know, this is perhaps, as they say, my inability to to read and think, or read and think at the same speed. Um, I I believe this. I don't probably This is probably what do they call it? Like to some degree like ADHD style, but such is the way of the way of the way of the world. I almost said way of the word. That sounds biblical. That has biblicality to it. The way of the word. Way of the worm. Oh no, we do not. There is no way of the worm. They they are lawless in nature. It is a. Can we just can we get bind? Can we bind my okay. Okay, so this is actually all that we need to do for the request function. Except maybe comment it so that next time I look at this, I'm not like, oh, we live in hell. And I did change the def bars to let, so that's okay. So for this, what we're doing is palaces were burned in the 1930. Oh, I forgot to actually reload it. We have lore. We also have updates. I called it updates. What the freak? What the freak? What the? You see, I like freak. I don't know if it would be 19 or 30s like that. That would that would imply kind of like that. Like I believe that the comma there, or no, that's an apostrophe. The apostrophe there is still used in the possessive case. Like if you say like a 1930s piece of technology, you would use it like that. Yeah, it could be. It could be that both cases are used. But I believe with that. Did we not pass in updates? Core.hs. Oh, we're still doing lore. That's why. Let's see. In the 1930 in my head means just 1930. So I think for this you would do in the 1930s kind of style of yeah, I think for like this it's 1930s with like the s no apostrophe means like within that decade, like whenever people say the 2010s for example, I could be I could be correct or incorrect in this as well is a potentiality. Oops, what did we do there? Can we? Yeah, that looks all right. Can we take a look at this? All right. Apostrophe after the grammarist. Oh, that's for post s. No, no, do not give me advertisements. Yeah, I think that both methods are valid methods. Where were we in the client? Oh, I forgot that we have this. Wait, I forgot about this one. There's deep deep command lore. Wait, does that not work in? Oh, probably UTF-8. Fuck. Oh no. Syscall still works. That still works. That's exciting. Can we go to request.lisp? So here, we'll go ahead and make a note on this portion as well, where we simply state, so if we have a, like, yeah, for something like this, it's the same as saying, like, if we have a new ID. So something like if new ID. Hello, Fizzbuzz. Welcome in. I hope you're well. Hello and hi and welcome, as they say. Hello. We are we are in the Lisp zone currently. Although I think we may switch over to the C zone. I might take I might take a quick a quick break shortly and then switch to the C zone. I do not have work tomorrow, so this is you know we can ride off into the sunset, as they say. Int main int main a visit to the sea. Charming. Yeah, I think that I think what we're doing in kind of the C zone currently is they call it terrifying void point. I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this earlier. It's kind of, whenever I think about it, it's perhaps this is because it's the difference between a perhaps this is due to kind of like the differences between like compilation, like a language intended to be like compiled and run like as a systems language versus sort of like your more interpreted languages. But I was thinking about this the other day in the sense that it struck me as interesting that there's a subset of languages that require there to be a main function that it executes from. Like that's kind of like the requirement for a binary executable. But for something like Lisp, you can you can just have a set of instructions that occur, or I guess more so like a set of like evaluations in a file that aren't bound by any sort of function itself. Like, and it just runs through those instructions like top to bottom in the file. And I was thinking about this, and I'm like, that it's kind of odd, or not odd, but like interesting that there is this difference whenever you kind of like break it down. JSM Python has this as well. Yeah, and that was kind of the connection I was making. Is I realized that a lot of like scripting or like interpreted style languages do not have like an implicit main. I think of like Haskell requires that you call a main, but even then it is like a typed and compiled. Java is an exception, I guess. Does Java require like a call to a main function? I really, if I'm being honest, interpret it, but requires much main. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Java whatsoever. So this is kind of like, now they have free functions. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about it, but here's where it kind of gets somewhat more confusing to me. Is Common Lisp it is like you can use it like interpreted style, but ultimately it's a compiled like language. Like it really is like whenever if you go to the top right here, like if you go to the top, it's like we're compiling first the FASO files, but we can also like compile together like an executable for Common Lisp using the in SBCL, for example. We have the method save Lisp and die, you know, save Lisp and die. It's quite it's quite nice. But yeah, you save like a core like Lisp image kind of in this method, and you run that as an executable, and you can do that to have like really fast like execution, um, and I don't think this requires a main either. So it's not just like an execute, like it's not due to like, the compilation process. It might be more so kind of like the separation between they call them the C like explain, or the C like what do they call them? The C like family of languages versus sort of this more so like Lisp like family, because JavaScript and Python are both kind of like Lisp derived in terms of like inspiration. So it might be a linguistic difference in this, similar to like a say garbage collector, oceanic languages. Yeah, wait, is this the actual name? Compiler Explorer is kind of is rather fun. But I what this makes me wonder now. Does Go require a main? Oh, see, I get it. Yeah, so a main is required here for executables as well. I find this rather, I don't know, I find it an interesting kind of separation. I I don't know, rather somewhat interesting. Can we comment this? Can we make a note here that says, in the cases that we have a because we don't have to worry about this like fall through if nothing, because we can just not set the value to anything, and be okay. So for this, what we are doing is, so if new ID, and then if not new ID. So we'll just do if not new ID. We return that. And then I think the other thing, because this is kind of the most, holy moly, sort of function I would describe it as. So we will go ahead and mark it up here at the kind of at the top. Need an internet checker for interface types. Oh, what does that comment even mean? Probably means nothing. We can actually get rid of this at works, because we've kind of proved that in one of the test cases now, which is rather freaking is rather exciting. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love writing unit tests. I think that writing tests is, and I realize I'm sort of a minority in this case. I think writing tests is kind of the most fun part about like doing any sort of library based work, because I don't know, it feels similar to writing, it's writing proofs to some degree. You are proving the accuracy of your of your library, and this is an exciting thing, in my opinion. So we will do, we'll just do emit stubs, and then this is scanner.c line 160 or 1164. So scanner.c 1164. Yeah, and that will keep us from crawling through the file again, like crawling through it like a maniac to some degree, and being like, where do you live? Where do you live? We know where home is now. Mostly, at least, mostly. Okay, I'm going to take a small break, and then I am going to get back into it, back in the saddle. But I need water, and I probably need to brew tea to some degree. The big break, this is, as they say, my big break, as they describe. But yeah, I might brew tea as well. And I quite like tea, but we are going break style, briefly. This, which is a ooh, I think we'll do something from the Dread Delusion soundtrack, because I quite like that one. Well, I won't be here to listen to it, actually. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do this one. It's quite nice. All right, all right. I will see you all briefly. how's the how's the sitcom joke go? Uh, Airline food. No, no. What's up with that? I would anyway. I am back. Erm, Erm. Wait, why are we? Erm, Erm. Oh no. Here, let me switch back over. I made delicious tea. It is from the tea bag labeled immunity. Um, which is weird. I bought these teas off of the internet, and they had silly labels. You're, I immune to what is what I wonder. It like looking at this tea bag. I remember there's one I think called Eternity or something like that. I was like, oh boy, if I drink this, I'm gonna live forever. Explore my compiler. Oh, we are. I think we're kind of we might enter that phase, or not the compiler phase. Although this is upon kind of like up on the horizons now, as well. At some point, once the interpreter is built, kind of inevitably a compiler will have to be built at some point because like running everything through an interpreter sounds kind of like a recipe for uh, you know for slow. um, but I think we'll take a look at that. I I usually I don't know. I usually don't go on for. Well, I think the longest I've gone is, well, there was like the original. I think the first stream I did here was like a Saturday, and it went for 4 hours. And I'm trying to remember what I did in that one. But yeah, I think that what we have to look at now is we'll go. We'll enter, as they call it, the deep dark sea. I guess is what you could note or notate it as. And I've been thinking about this. I'll actually pull it. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Can we the deep dark sea. Uh, that yeah, no, that's one of my favorite things to call it. I love saying the deep dark sea.
Meteor happens.
Oh, terrifying, terrifying. So I shall pull it up. I shall we shall reference the like this kind of. I'm wondering if this is a good way to represent the type. So we might kind of work toward an implementation of something like this. I I scanned most of it, but this this guy is low key this is sort of I discovered this kind of like looking for different kind of how I would go about it. Someone else is not compiling a Lisp the series, writing a Lisp, except I believe that the Lisp that the interpreter they wrote was an OCaml, which looking at it, it kind of looks like Rust to me. It's but they do have this the new public key. That's not what I wanted. Thank you for new public key. Small objects and pointer tagging. So this is what I have been reading through. This is what I've been reading through, kind of like regarding the pointer tagging, is a mix of this and the and this courtesy solar steam production happens. This sounds exciting. This sounds exciting. I should get back into the Minecraft zone. I should get back into the Minecraft zone. This is well. So Guile, courtesy of Control O, has this for cheaper pairs, which is kind of exciting. They list it like this, and then if we go to if we hop into types.h right here, I have it listed as defines because we want to, you know, grab an immediate from kind of like yeah, we want to grab an immediate from the tag, but an immediate can be what browser is this? Quite. Hello, welcome in KH Zaw Qt. Yeah, this is Qt browser indeed. It is. It's kind of what I don't use it primarily. It's not my like browser. I guess you would say daily drive. I use LibreWolf for that, but for the purposes of the stream, I quite like it because it's nice and compact. I used I used for a little while here. I used can we switch over to another screen? I used for a little while here because I am a bit of a Lisp head. The next browser, but it, it's using it is somewhat difficult at times. Or getting it to using it on Wayland. Although this situation may have improved, but this has been a quite nice one as well. I need to work on the configuration a little bit more. A whirlwind tour of Jason. This is exciting. What are a lot of these? Oh, Bug Hell. Rest in peace, Bug Hell. It kind of. Wait, what? Oh, this was for terminal representation. That's why this is here. Okay. I do like that it saves my history, which Qt browser seems incapable of doing, even if it's configured as such. But yeah, I've been looking at this, and they make the note here for pointers or for pairs where they say um, most scheme heaps contain more pairs than any other type of object. Jonathan Rees said at one point that pairs occupy 45% of the heap in his scheme implementation, Scheme 48. However, our representation spends 3 scheme-sized words per pair, 1 for the type, 2 for the car and coulter. Is there any way to represent pairs only using 2 words? Let us refine the conversion we established earlier. Let us assert that if the bottom 3 bits of a scheme value are, then it is a pointer as before. If the bottom 3 bits are these, yeah, 0, 0, 1, then the upper bits are an integer. This is more restrictive than before. And then, yeah, they show us kind of like the new implementation of it. And now that I think about it, because what I'm wondering with something like this is like we're able to grab the pair, right? But well, no, we have a pair to find right here. So I I do not, or if any of you great people existing in the box known you know known as chat know about this. I could not find like information or like I kind of searched high and low for this. For defining a struct, is defining it a struct like containing an array within, is that a quicker method than like like defining like two separate struct cells? Like, does that improve the speed any? Because I've seen it kind of in a lot of cases, and it's kind of only in reading the Guile scheme like implementation details that I see a struct explicitly state the car and cutter. I certainly think it's less names to like muddle through, but I don't know if it's quicker. Yeah, I went. Oh no, worm. Oh no, worm. But yeah, so we have a make immediate and a fetch immediate. I have a file. I have a file here that is, you know, sort of. I guess you would call it the yeah, fuck.c. It you would sort of call this the scratch file, as you say, where the playground of, this is the file I write and rewrite anytime I'm like running through new tests. I definitely think that we want to yank get type out of here, and I don't know if we want. Yeah, we don't. I think for this we can define it as a function. So something like this we would do, and can we change that to yeah, we'll change it like that style, and then we'll do here as well. List form, list form get type. And then for this, we are just taking, yeah, this is just called new list form because the idea is that what is ultimately going to happen is just sort of like go through like the or I guess I could just do like a like rename it, but I feel like this could lead to a lot of issues of like forgetting to fix like something later down the line, and it just shoots me in the foot by giving it an alternate name and then doing a kind of like going through a little bit manually for like some of the more complex things, and at the end of it all, I can just I can set it back to like what I need it to. So we'll define it like so, and then if we do that, what we can go ahead and do is types.c, and list form is immediate. So that one is defined like so, and then we will do something similar. So the other one is list form get type. So can we actually keep the same naming conventions as prior? Yeah, there we go. And then this one will just be all right. Yeah, get type, and then we'll call this one same list form underscore, and then get type, and then new form x, and then I think for this we were just returning the yeah, we just and it with the tag mask, I think. So okay, so something like that should do the trick. Should do the trick? Question mark. That that should allow us to do that. So we have let's go ahead and add a little bit of like let's just go ahead and add a brief at least. All right, so brief. Create. Yeah, we'll do create a scalar value and store and pointer tag. Store end tag. I guess you would say it like this. And then, yeah, this one would just be retrieve a... No, not pointer. Retrieve a scalar value from a tag pointer. Okay, yeah, I think that's all we need to do with some, or like kind of like getting and fetching. So for something like this, I started making they're not very well made, but I did start working on sort of like test cases for this. Like I have the list test completed for the most part. Although I want to add some like test like kind of like some messages between each test so it doesn't just assertion failed me. But I think what we can go ahead and do kind of in this is we can do a types test.c, and then let's just go ahead and pull these, and we'll pull memory. Alright, and then the first one that we want to do is just a void I'll just call it test scalars. Yeah, we'll define something like this, and then we have a couple of scalar values that we want to work on, but before we get started with that, I do want to look at how they implement in this, because I'm wondering if, so this is what I'm wondering, like, this lattice type system is very freaking cool. What I'm wondering with something like this though is like, how would this, if we want to be able to like collect the pair information, like I wonder how this would work, because we can't necessarily make a like a pair. A pair kind of is the composite type. Although this is just for the enumeration, so this is kind of our if we're doing it this style, the top would just be a we can go ahead and define that. So what? Yeah, we'll do type object. Metadata can be stored in. Okay, so this is for this kind of for the separation between the scalars or the scalar types and the heap types, I guess you would say. But what we want to do in a case like this is also ensure that with some level of some minor at least level of accuracy, we are reflecting something not too dissimilar to like how Common Lisp does it, which conveniently we can do something like this. So like let's say that we do 1. I did not know that was a type. Oh, it is a function? Okay, that's odd. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So like if we look at our scalars, so we can do direct. Is an integer a type, I guess is the real question. Let's see, SB mop, class direct superclasses. And then class, I know sequence is a class. Unbound, okay, thank you. Can we do class of? Alright. Oh, here we go. Class precedence list is what we're looking for. So a symbol derives directly from the class T. I wonder if we can find the... Here we go. Building class names a standard class. So that's for the SB system. So that's listed as a symbol as well. Can we do... Can we get more info with sequence, describe sequence? Class precedence list is sequence and T. And then let's see. This one is directly... They should have this online or something. Like just a class precedence list for... let's see. Def class provides ordering. Let's see, logo precedence order. It is an ordered list of, but what is the, oh, here we go, types and classes are two different things. Okay, I do understand that. But I feel like class of should be able to, certificate error? Yeah, of course there's a certificate error. This is a common Lisp question. Nobody uses HTTPS in this language for some reason. Can we get the... Can we get the hyperspec? Alright, common Lisp, hyperspec, Lisp, no, we want to go, Lispworks style. Alright, here we go. Index. C. Oh, look at all those cars. Can we get class? Yeah. Sys? Do they have sys in the hyperspec? Oh, that's wild. Alright, let's see. Here we go. T is a set of all objects. The type T is a supertype of every type, including itself. So honestly, we could probably call this, yeah, type T for, for the top, And I think the only thing here is I think that nil is not a part of this. And then like the actual invocable objects are the standard object type. And it sort of goes on, or goes so on and so forth. So like user defined classes would be standard class. So if we kind of like put T at the top here, we can begin to trickle down from there to some degree. GD, god dang, gosh dang, derned even. and then nil is a special empty set. So we'll keep that at 0x0. Okay, so yeah, let's see how they do it. Types as a concept, name a set of objects. So we do know that. So this is kind of where we are right now. A reasonable way is to give type names written in an enum. Using an enum, we can assign types to variables for the purpose of this post SSA values and use those types to optimize. For example, we might see the following. So this is about optimization. We can call a length method, or even better, since we know about CPython's runtime details, read the object size field directly from the object. It gives up a little too easy. Consider some sillyish code that either assigns a string or a list depending on some condition. Alright, here we go. Bit sets. Bit sets encode set information by assigning each bit in some number, say a 64-bit word, a value. If that bit is 1, the value is set, otherwise it isn't. Here's the enum from earlier, remade as a bit set. So we kind of are doing the style currently. Although we are going above 7, I think is sort of, at least with this general set. I think we could probably stuff a T like at object 7 though. Like if we just sub these two out. And then 0x7. Can we? Gonna. Good night, XR Xavier. Rest well, rest well and rest easy. I hope you have a great slumber. I hope you have a great slumber. I don't think we want to store any metadata in those bits. At least it feels to some degree ill-advised almost. Right. We have three elements: int, list, and string. And then since we have a bit for each object, they can be addressed individually. We can very straightforwardly encode list or string type using bitwise arithmetic. See, we also have a catch-all object. And let's see. All right, here. Alright, here we go. So 0 would be the empty set. This stays the same. Oh yeah, this does not work in. Can we feed it? Alright, let's see. The arrows indicate that applying a join will only ever move us upward along the arrow. For example, join int string is top. We don't have any finer grained way to represent all ints and all strings. Compare this with what we can represent with our bit set representation. Okay, this is kind of exciting. Alright, so let's see. Alright, enum type join, enum left, right. Okay, this is kind of sick. I don't know if we need this though. I like looking at this is kind of sick. I'm not sure if this would be used unless we were making kind of like a more like type based Lisp. Although, I mean, perhaps. Like, do we need... I mean, I can see some cases, actually. I can actually see some cases, like, if we're doing, like, a car of integers, like, for like, addition, for example, that is a pair, um, and we would set that as, like, a pair of integers. Okay. So if we do define something kind of just as they are listing it here, and then they join the left and right, and then a subtype. Right. Cinder keeps a second lattice called specialization. Its job is to keep track of what specific objects an SSA value is. For example, we know that a equals 5. Its type would be int, and the specialization would be 5. This is much simpler. All right. I wonder. Huh. I don't know if we have to worry about joining. I kind of just want to get to working through. Yeah, I think we'll just write some, or like get through like getting the types to work for like scalars and everything. So can we go ahead and where do you live? Where do you live? So I think that for something like this, we will define kind of like... Yeah, I think the first test would just be a test for test make immediate. Yeah, test make immediate. So we'll define a couple here. So first we will define a just a general x. And then that'll be the list form there. And we can go ahead and make an immediate right here. So we can do make immediate, and then we'll make this we'll assign this the value of the number 20. And then what we want to do is go ahead and first assert that it exists, and then after that, I would say... Let's see. So the get type returns the int. So next we would want to kind of like do an assertion on kind of like the type of it. So this will be get type. So I'll assert those two for this, and then I think we can go ahead and make another one right here. And this is a char type. assert. This will be the same assertion actually. And the same X and everything, and we will do type char for this. Okay. And can we go ahead and add these into kind of like a test set? Alright. Alright, dot H, yes. Give me. If we do a test runner dot C, and where do you live? Right there? Okay. Let's go ahead and print F a we'll do something like this. Yeah, that looks pretty enough. We'll do I think for something like this, we can go ahead and do something kind of describe a test begin and a test end. Although this invariably is alright, is the offset resolved? Okay, perfect. And I'll put the rest in later. For those. Alright. Runner.h, okay, that should do that. So can we go ahead and cd into source, and we're probably gonna have to update the make file because everything else in this is kind of freaking broken, which is sad. But I think for this we only need types.h and types.c. Oh, we need memory as well, and printer. We need printer.c. Okay. There are no errors in there. I think the printer is for a conditional compile, or like the conditional compilation. We may be able to just include types.c and memory.c in the make file for this test. Alright, makefile.am. Okay, here we go. And can we do test/, I think we called this type test or types test. One of the two. Oh, types test. And then I think for this, we're going to go ahead and comment out these. Yeah, we'll, okay, we will remove those ones. Add this here. Okay. And the rest of this, I think, can be commented out for the time being. This may or may not work. I guess we're all right. We shall find out now. Well, no, the arena is defined elsewhere, so I think for something like this, we can go into source REPL. Yes. And I think, yeah, okay. I think this is kind of a conditional compilation sort of setup as well. And that should fix testing as well. Alright. Can we cd up one? And can we go ahead and shell? Oh god, it's downloading. Okay, here we go. Alright. Oh, we have error. We have error. Okay, there we go. Now it should work. Why are we compiling the env? We should be not doing that. Right, let's see. Implicit declaration. Oh, this is kind of hell's. Why are we compiling that? I think we might just have to like manually build the test. So cd tests, and then yeah, we'll just do gccg and then o2 and then right here, test list, and the other is types. Oh, oops. Alright, let's see. Undefined reference. Okay, that's what are we what are we what are we what is occurring here? Why do we hold on, types that okay. Oh no. Can we go with the style? T 0 2 and then G and then oh no, I am let's just say losing it now. Can we do source include? Not found. Oh my goodness. Alright, the question is, will that remove some of the errors? No. Oh. Include. Oops. Oh, okay. Source, that's what's going on. Alright, what are we? Undefined reference to G Arena. Okay. Okay, there, now it compiled. Okay, so that assertion failed. So if we go into types test, can we actually add these to the makefile? So which ones are we missing? So we have our test sources, and then we have to add types, list, and allocator. Okay, 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 here we go. And then so if we print f, yeah, if we print f right here, and then percent. Oh, okay, I'm silly. I am silly here. Okay, so that does work. That does work. Okay, that's exciting. All right, here we go. And let's add something that says past right here. I think we'll do this style. Or hold on, hold on. Yeah, I think this style is how we want to do it. And probably get rid of these right here. And, I think same for these. Can we replace those with white space? And, oh, we are one over? Although now I'm just nitpicking. Okay. Okay, here we go, here we go. I figured out a better way to format that, but that, I guess that's kind of neither here nor there. If we go back into types right now, and you know, we take a look at this. So we have our ability to like make immediates, and we are able to check against those. What other types do we want to check? Well, all of them, I guess. Is what we want to do. So we know that we're able to make chars and validate their type. We're also able to do the same thing with integers. yeah, we have our static const list form, and then I'd say this is the other one. So x equals, make it immediate, and then for this we will just yeah, I think for something like this we'll go ahead and just do like something I mean, honestly, we can put kind of like a dummy value in there. So like n for null, and then type no, and then we want to be able to assert that well, for nil we want to go ahead and put a 0. So we want to assert that this is the same as k nil. I think something like this. I think kind of going this style. Yeah, yeah, that passes. That passes. Okay. And then, what other ones do we live with in here? So those are kind of our main scalar types, I would say. We can try and test pairs. So we will do see how Guile does it really quick. So they don't have the ability to make pairs, but they do have the ability to test that something is indeed a pair, which seems part of the course, I guess, for pairs. And for something like this, I think we want to take a look at our implementation of cons, or of k-cons. So this should work. Yeah, although we have to do an allocation, I think is kind of the only difficulty here. I think this should work though. So I guess we will find out. So if we do an eval or a k eval cons right here, and we'll just set the car to we'll just do a simple 1 2. But this is not providing type information. So whenever we make a pair, we want to be able to store the type info as kind of like a portion of that pair. So let's see how they decide that. Right. Let's see. If the bottom 3 bits that's an integer. If the bottom 2 bits are these, then the bottom 3 bits are masked out, which is the address of a pair. Okay, so that's for getting the pair. What I'm wondering though is for something like this, we probably let's look at how make immediate is set up. here comes the. I think if we look in fuck.c, I did have. I did have something of this nature working somewhat correctly, I believe. Yeah, and then let's see, type pair. So for this, I'll go ahead and run through the assertions on that again. And we get a segmentation fault. Okay. And why are we seg faulting? Alright, let's see. So why are we optimizing that out? Wait, what the freak? Perhaps if we allocate the pointer as well. Let's see. Oh, is that all we had to do? Is that all we had to do is do a double allocation? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense actually now that I think about it. Okay, that's exciting. So we're able to validate a pair, and then the only other thing that we don't have is like a make heap type. So we have make immediate. We have um, fetch immediate. We have get type, which the brief for this is honestly fetch type info from tag pointer or from. Yeah, I think we want to fetch the type info either from the tag pointer or uh, from heap struct. And then this is just check if form is an immediate value. Okay, this is. So those are the briefs for that. I think we have the header listed here. I think we're going to do a char type. Or we'll do a Lisp type right here just for a temporary. So to do temporary. And then I think for something like this, what we might actually want to do with the heap types is we may just want to set these like first four fields for the Well, no, no. I think because if we do something, yeah, if we go here to can we enter this one? I'm gonna have to do pull get type back out of there. So types.c. And if we go into fuck.c, yeah, because if we bitwise and against a 0, I believe, yeah, we'll or 0x0, no matter what our tag mask is, we're still going to get a 0 back. I believe this. So if we just print f something like this, percent long unsigned, and then we do yeah, if we do something like this, we're just gonna get a 0 back, right? But if we also do this by 7, kind of like as our mask, we're going to get a 0. So we can't use 7 for the heap value because we want to be able to store 0 as or a nil as like an immediately accessible object. I would say as well. What would yeah. This is kind of a new conundrum of sorts. That requires some degree of figure outing of what we're going to do there. So I say we keep like heap value as this one as kind of like the heap mask. And what we can look at from there on out is we probably can store kind of like additional information in 0x5 and 0x7 or like through 0x7. I'm not sure exactly what we'd want to store there, but we could store something. We could store something. And then we may want to keep this as kind of its own independent one, so we can do something like this. Set that to 9 and then set these to 10. Yeah, that seems like it would work. So that's testing getting the immediates. And then we want to go ahead and test fetching as well. And then, let's see, void test. And then for these, we just want to be able to all right, we'll do int xi equals 20, and then we'll do XC right here. And then I guess there's the question of well, nil should always be nil. So if we fetch the immediate null, it should equal 0 in all cases as well. And alright, let's see. Can we dot h void make immediate, and then can we get the runner? Oops. Runner.c. Okay, here we go. And I believe that we should be able to just do that, and then, because I believe that the error was fixed with the unreferenced items. Yeah, it looks like it, because list test is not complaining. Type test really isn't either. So can we reconfigure, and then can we run oh, it's probably it's compiling both versions, that's why. Okay. So that assertion failed. Okay, so let's see. So what happens if we print F? Print. Oh, okay, it's a type issue, I think. Oh, I see now. Well, no, I actually, I don't. Why are we fetching the 2, but... Because 2 is the type, right? We're returning the type, not the immediate for it. Yeah, 2 is, for the number type, so that... Fetching the immediate is... Alright, let's see. Uh, oh, why do I have fetch immediate and get type mask defined as the exact same? Oh, oops. Okay, here we go. Here we go. That seems about right. Um, so if we define it like, if we redefine it like so, we should be okay. We should be correct as they say. Alright. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. It was just me being silly. That is reassuring. And then the real question is going to be, so we create a cons pair right here, which what we want to do then is for a case like this, I think first off what we want to do is print f the and like see what sort of value we return, because a cons is not an immediate, but I wonder if we can do anything special with this. So I think that's returning the perhaps it's returning the address info. What is the print as hex directive for C? Oh, %x. Okay, LX. This is probably correct. And then I think the way we would check that is if we well, no, this is for immediate fetching. Hold on. This okay. So that probably gives us junk, because I know even Guile has this listed as a separate kind of like method for getting pairs. Which in a case like this, we would have to go ahead and probably hop back into types.h, and what we want to do here is yeah, we do have a pair address getter already. we don't want it to, or we don't want to return a heap value though. I think is the only thing. We want to be able to return kind of like. No, I think a heap value. They do that here. They do that here as well. Is kind of returning that heap object. Or now here it's kind of returning that opaque pointer. So we would want to do something like this. Pair address and then well no, that's giving us the address. Okay. And we're doing the tag masking correct on that. So that should all be okay. Can we yank this out of here? Okay. Yeah, I think for yeah, we can yank this out. Okay. And we can go ahead and put this back into the types. So if we hop over into types.h, or actually types, right, types.c, we can define this probably somewhere with the other cons information here. So that's our forward declaration there. We have our kcons. And then we probably want to rename this to like list form address or pair address. So and then we can go ahead and define that here. And then this will probably be the last one that I do, I think, and then after that I shall. I will I shall enter the slumber zone once this has been tested through some. But can we get a brief here? Can we get a brief? So at brief, although they here define so that's how you get the raw address. Okay, so we can just or we can just or it against the tag to get the object itself. So we should actually be able to do this. So if we do something like newest form x car equals fetch immediate, and that would be k coulter, so k, uh, and then we just want to assert, and then if this isn't segfault, I'll be surprised. I feel like this feels, yeah, segmentation fault. Okay. So why are we receiving a fault on that? Right, let's hop into GDB and run. Can we get a backtrace and so we're able to see that it is a we are able to see that it is a pair type. So that is validated. What in the world? What in the world? Okay, let's see. Huh. So it's happening on the return. So we're able to can we up one? Can we optimize out and then let's see what we can find here. Alright, so we have, it looks like A, addressing issue. I wonder how this was handled here, because alright, this is somewhat, hold on, so we're able to set it there. We're able to set it there. I think here. Let's see. So for this, they retrieve the. Oh, here we pass it back as a pointer. This may perhaps be the to some degree the source of what's going on. Um, huh. Okay, this is odd. Because pointer instantiation should occur in here. So we have the cons, and then we have car right here. What if inside of car we do a and this should be a or this may provide us some additional information. Actually, no. What we would probably want to do is do the yeah, pair address. So if we do something like that, and maybe this can at least give us some additional type information. If not, this might put a pin in it for tomorrow. Oh, so that assertion did fail, but we didn't segfault on. on that, which is somewhat interesting. If we do X style like this. Can we print F to see what we're getting? Oops. Okay. Okay. That does not look remotely correct. But neither does that. So we are goofing somewhere in here. Because I believe that's providing us with the address, whereas what we need is the value. So if we do this, if we do, if we go this style and we go define style here. Huh. Oh, because we're using the new style, we have to go this way. Okay. And then here, and we will probably at least figure out some additional information about what's going on here. Oh, error. Let's see, invalid type argument. Must have in. What the freak? What the fuck? So in this case, we are able to um, get item 1 of the pair, it looks like. Yeah, okay. Okay. Huh. Um, so our pair address is the exact same. Which means that we need our, so we just need to do something like this. Is that it? Is that perhaps the, the salve to this, is that perhaps, what must be done? Let's see. Because whenever we call a cons, we do allocate that. And so the allocation should be good to go, and we're just returning a type there. Okay. So we should be able to just do that, and then, yeah. Oh, it worked. Wait, what the freak? Oh my god. No way. No way. What the freak? Okay, this is exciting. Which means that we can just make a similar change to coulda right here. So we'll keep it like that, and then we can just return 1 and what the freak? What what the hold on. Oh, this is huge. I wonder if they I wonder if we do want pointers though for this in order to store it. Well, no, probably I don't I don't think so. Um I don't I don't know. I guess it's kind of the difficulty. Like I look at everything else, they do use pointers for these. We may we may want to refactor these into pointers in some respect, but that is neither here. Well, that is here or there. So right, to do refactor in the pointer. But in the interim, we should have wait, what? Oh no. I got too, I guess you could say, too gung ho about that. Yeah, so if we call pair address on that, like that should be everything. Can we add a list printf here? Just to figure out what might be going on inside of here. So we're getting frightening value. We're getting frightening value right there. Yeah. The freak is going on. The freak is going on. So we can segfault, which is exciting because that means that we can trace the. Oh, welcome back, Crazy Kitty. I think we actually we're I think we may be nearing the conclusion in some regards. You tried LMAO. Oh, I love this. Um, oh, this is great. Um, yeah, I think we're kind of in hell a little bit. Um, like a minor hell of sorts, but it, we ball. What I'm wondering with this is we have so we create a cons. Yeah, so there's something messed up going on here. What if we define this kind of in the scratch file like so? And then and that and then if we do that, we should be able to just return that. And if we return that, a long unsigned here should yeah, if we call it kcar here, if we call it kcar, and if we enter the foot, as they say, and GCC against this, we segfault. Okay. So the issue is with how this is being accessed. Perhaps it's because we're like if we print F right here, probably because we're passing a stack pointer or like a stack value. That this may actually be the case. It may be a case of stack. Okay. This is semi-hell to some degree. Yeah, if we define this as a pointer instead. Is that really all we have to do is do it go pointer style? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that I mean honestly that kind of makes sense. but like if we do it this style as well. And then here, and then I think returning long unsigned and from function with return type pointer. If we do that, it'll complain a little less. Right? No complain. Please don't. Um, we still get the right value, which is kind of fucked up. But what is this? Returning, oh, oh. No? What is the frustration here? We are returning a form from a function with return type pointer. So we pass the address reference. And we just probably have to deref right here. No, yeah, that gets us what we want. Okay, so that is our kind of prototype for how we have to do this. Which will mean that the other ones will have to be rewritten as pointers, but it gets us started. It gets us going, as they say. And then honestly, we can pop that in there. And then we're going to go ahead and pair adder and we'll do the exact same thing here, except we are returning the second value. And then the last thing is we will go ahead and probably go similar style here, where we're passing in pointers. And that should be those. Why are there conflicting types? Yeah, why do we have, what the world? Why do we have conflicting types? Oh, here we go. Wop wop and wop and wop and and then we have to dereference these. Okay. And I think that will probably have broken everything, but we shall see exactly how that goes. Yeah, that broke everything. I think if we don't go pointer style on these though, that part can be rectified. And we probably Let's see. Okay, okay. Okay, Hans. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Mini issue. Congratulations. Yeah. I think fiddling with this will. This is tomorrow's task. I think today's task is we we make a grand departure because I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy now. The slumber has hit. But thank you everybody who who's still up and at them, as they say, for hanging out. And then we have the locales. If you ever want to hang out more, but right now I think we'll go hang out elsewhere. So we ask who who amongst the world is currently alive, who is in the world of the living, who is in the world of who is IRL, I guess. Let's take a look. Let let's take a look. Oh, Fossa Unleashed is high, or is not high. Is I'm saying high. Yes, is alive. Fossa Unleashed is living. We we will probably go that way. In fact, um, this is more C programming, which you know, brings me some great joy. So we're gonna go there. And yeah, you know, good night to you as well, Sparkly Dark Matter. 73, and yeah, the raid messages bug as always.